for a lot of different customers. Some of the more emerging types of examples that I'm seeing are actually where people are able to build signals and actually find relationships in data that they didn't expect. It's an interesting thing where with AI, we often think about some of the dangers around bias, but it's also true with humans. And actually based on our education, our how tired we feel in a particular day, how creative we feel, that might all inform what information we use when we're trying to build and see different insights. So what's really interesting about this, and I've seen a few great examples from customers, is they're actually starting to see new types of information, which is allowing for them to make much more accountable and better decision-making in real time. Now, when you think about the practical consequences of that, is that it's actually opening up access to financial services to more people, which is an extremely powerful step change where we actually can make sure that more people have access to that trusted information where and when they need it, which allows for the best decision-making.
And to that point, another audience question here for people, when and where they need it. How do you address regulatory requirements across geographies when applying AI to financial data?
So I'll speak more from person. I spend a lot of time with the regulators. The regulators have been actually extraordinary in terms of really trying to encourage the kind of safe, scaled use of AI. So it is very much a partnership in terms of how we think about that. One of the things that I think about, and I serve a lot of global customers and I work with global policymakers, is how do we think about making sure we've got the right sensitivities from a global perspective across different countries, the right openness as well in terms of use of different types of foundational models as part of these stacks, but then also the right accountability for end users. So I see it in multiple layers, geography, one, but I actually see another layer in terms of the types of roles that we have in any given organization. One of the things that I see very commonly is, particularly with larger organizations, they tend to be quite siloed in terms of how they operate. And one of the things what you're seeing with AI is it's starting to bring together communities that aren't used to actually working so closely together because they're actually starting to become dependent on similar components, which is allowing a new form of collaboration and synergies to actually emerge across the community. And that's actually one of the more interesting things that is starting to emerge. You see the same trend across industry. If I take financial services has been very focused on optimization within financial services. Arguably now, we're actually starting to see a lot of very interesting innovations that we can learn from other fields, like science, that are actually very relevant into the likes of financial services and beyond. And we have never really explored that in the same magnitude that's happening today.
Final question for you.
Sure.
What is on LSEG's agenda for next year? What are you hoping that we'll be sitting here talking about at Reuters NEXT 2026?
So my goal for this group is that we have truly fulfilled that ambition, first of all, making sure we've got trusted data in your hands. And you're able to apply that trusted data in the context of your AI ambitions. And different people's AI ambitions looks like different things. For some people, it's a chat interface, and there's variations on that. The thing that I'm really hoping we've really solved for is we've got that fantastic framework around scaled use of agents in a way that actually people can safely adopt and use to be able to do task execution alongside individuals. And I think that can actually be extraordinarily powerful in terms of scaling knowledge and actually access to information for global society, I'd say.
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out in the next year.
It'll be a busy year.
Definitely. Well, thank you very much, Emily. I know that there were some questions that we didn't get to, but Emily will be around. So find her in the break, and I'm sure she can answer all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right, it is break time. So very quickly, I want to let you know this afternoon we've got Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales, we've got Sarah Jessica Parker. The Future of News sessions start at 11 at Crossroads Hub 1, and we will be back here at 11 a.m. to kick off. Again, enjoy your coffee. See you then. Bye-bye.
counselor to the US Treasury Secretary. And the conversation will be moderated by Reuters White House correspondent Andrea Shalal. And this is a session hosted by a Reuters journalist under the Reuters trust principles. As we went through before, that means no question is off the table. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, hello. Thank
Hello.
you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, big news yesterday on the Trump accounts. The Dells are going to give a ton of money into these accounts. It'll get people started with the $250 out of the $1,000 accounts, the Trump accounts. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you're going to get the rest of
Sure.
the $750?
So we're very thankful for Michael and Susan Dell. Very extraordinary, generous contribution. $6.25 billion. That'll be covering 25 million boys and girls, and it's $250, as you said. But this is in addition to what the government is going to do. In the Working Families Tax Act that the president signed in July, also the one big, as is also known formally as the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Trump accounts and the form 4547. You'll be able to fill out next year when you start to file your taxes, but it's $1,000 for any child born between 25 and 28. Michael and Susan added $250 to that $1,000, which can go up in total to $6,000. So you have $1,000 that the Treasury is going to put in people's accounts who've signed up for it, and then 5,000 additional monies could be put in either by the parent, the guardian, an employer, another entity. So you could get upwards of 6,000 in year one and then give 5,000 per year thereafter. So Michael and Susan Dell's contribution is $250 in addition to the $1,000 that the Treasury will provide.
So, Secretary Bessent this morning said that you're going to be looking for other volunteers to put, their large donors to
Right.
put money in there. Have you identified a few already?
I think there are some, yeah. I think they're probably figuring out how much to give and when to do it. But, yes, I'm hopeful that there will be many others that will come forward because it's a pretty novel idea. And it does make young families or old families that have kids. I have an old family who had a kid. It does make them, put money away. It's an investment in the future. They take ownership in the American economy, which has thrived unlike any economy in history. And it's a great investment tool. It also will be an excellent financial literacy tool as Treasury itself tries to increase financial literacy. But people, from a practical perspective, will see how compound interest works, how it grows. Oh, if I put a little bit of money in year one, oh, my gosh, by year 4 or 5 or 6, it's actually really worth something.
So how soon do you think we'll see some more announcements? Could that come before the end of the year?
I would
now
hope
that
so.
the Dells have paved
think,
the way?
Yeah, I don't want the old economist adage: don't give a date or a number. So I can't give a date or a number, but I'd be pretty confident there are going to be others that are going to contribute. And again, this is in addition to the Trump accounts, which, as I said, are $1,000. So anything anybody else contributes above the Dells' generous contribution is extra.
Okay. So if you're not going to give it dates or numbers,
and I'm sure the president will be calling people and say, listen, you said you're going to give, you better give. So
Exactly.
I think it's going to happen.
Oh, well, that's great. So the holiday season is in full swing. As you know, we're here in New York, big epicenter of shopping. And shoppers spent $44.2 billion over the Thanksgiving weekend, and including Cyber Monday. That's up from last year, not up as much from 23 to 24. But President Trump's approval ratings are lower than they've ever been. And they're like the second lowest in history, mostly because Americans are really worried about the economy and inflation. So can you help us square these two, things?
I'm generally not a huge fan of the polling. And we found historically, and since President Trump has been running, the polling is pretty inaccurate. So I think what really matters and what will matter is what do the data show? And the one key factor I think people may not fully appreciate are the parts of the bill that was signed in July, of which the Trump accounts were a key piece. There's other growth additive, labor additive parts to it. So what do I mean by that? We need to design policies that will lift worker wages, lower the inflation rate, and increase after-tax incomes. And in the bill, the full expensing of capital, to me, is very powerful, because when we had that back in the first Trump administration, you had increasing productivity, capital formation led to faster growth and very high wages. In the bill that was just signed, it's now permanent. That's really positive. We're already starting to see the CapEx cycle turn up. And as Treasury Secretary has mentioned, you look historically, when CapEx turns up, hiring always follows. This time will be no different. We'll start to see that next year. The second piece, and even more important, and the rules are almost out, they will be out by the end of the year, is the full expensing to build a factory. That's not a data center. That's a factory. That's a factory that's going to employ Americans, be built by Americans, and the factory sector pays higher than average wage rates. That will come, and because it's only a 3-year phenomenon, where the full factory can be expensed, which is really a big deal, because historically it's almost 40-year depreciation cycle. So you're taking nearly 40 years and you're compacting it into only 3. That's really positive for growth. And that's going to increase the supply side of the economy over time. That will also tend to lower inflation. And the last piece is reducing taxes and trying to get labor supply higher. How do you do that? Well, don't tax overtime. No tax on tips. So those are things for everyday working Americans. They're going to see the benefit of that in their paycheck. They're going to see it in the first quarter. And I can assure, because that's when they'll get refunds. That's when they're going to change their withholding allowances. And then we can come back to some of these polls, and you're going to see things turn.
So that sounds very familiar to what I heard during the Biden administration. It's not that bad. Things will get better. We're going to have all these bills, and then there'll be all this investment. I mean, what's different this time from your point of view? So the key thing,
well, I would say I guess I'd say I'm an anti-Keynesian, but as a more supply side, focusing on the supply side, I'd say President Trump's policies are very, very different than the Biden administration policies, which were focused much more on the demand side, giving stimulus to people that they could use and spend. And the Trump's approach is, no, we need to have a bigger pie that creates more depth and growth at the middle and lower income levels, as we've had on the first side. How do you do that? You've got to encourage the private sector to create and build. Because when they create and build, they're using American workers to do that. So I'd say that the focus really is on the supply side, not the demand side. And I'd also say, one of the things that's hard to quantify, but certainly is very positive, is the deregulation side of business. And I think it's very clear, whatever one's politics in the room are, the Trump administration has a much different view on business regulation, which we believe has meaningfully hurt, than the prior administration, which really was, we'd say, regulatory overkill, onslaught of regulation.
Sure. I think I'm very concerned, though, about an issue, which is that the president now is saying that affordability is a con job invented by the Democrats. Americans, when I go out in the field and I talk to people out in the middle of the country, they're telling me that affordability is a critical issue, and you saw a little bit of that reflected in the elections in New Jersey and Virginia, here in New York City. You're a New Yorker. I mean, how do you get Americans to understand that the future is better when they're obviously viscerally concerned?
Absolutely, and the president takes it very seriously. And I guess what I would say to you, as we were talking before we walked out, is that we've got this bill in place, and the president knew, I've got to get this done early, because I don't think what I realized, and I was in the first administration, you have to write all this tax law. And companies want to wait to see what the law looks like before they start to invest. And you had to do it early, because if you do it in July, you can get all the Office of Tax Policy and IRS can write it by the end of the year, so you get the benefit of it. So if I'm correct, and I'm confident that I am, I mean, as a professional private sector forecaster, I'd have to make bets, and I'd be predicting 3% growth next year with low and falling inflation, in part because of lower rents, lower energy costs, especially for gas and things of that sort, that we're going to have a boom. So let's talk a year and see what happens. So we're going to get there. It just might take us a little bit longer.
The president has a couple of ideas. He's floated the idea of a 50-year mortgage. Is that officially off the table?
I don't know if it's officially off the table. That was an FHFA. I'm old. I used to know it was OFAO. when it was called a fail. But anyway, I can't say it's officially off the table. I think the president just really was going to look everywhere he possibly can as tools to raise affordability, to raise living standards. The 50-year mortgage, I don't, they're good, I don't want to say much more on it, but what I can say is that interest rates are high. This is why the president, in his unique way, has been very critical of the Fed. From an academic, intellectual perspective, I think he's exactly right. Monetary policy has been too tight. There are sectors of the economy that have suffered because rates are high. We know rates are high because we know inflation expectations are low and falling, which is why I would say just let our policies get into place, and you're going to see different results from the prior administration. The yield curve is very flat. The real broad trade-weighted dollar is very high. I mean, these are all factors that would suggest monetary policy is tight, and the Fed itself has admitted. So if the Fed can actually lower rates and get rates to neutral, if not somewhat stimulative, as my former colleague Stephen Myron had said, then you're going to get mortgage rates down. And mortgage rates fall, you're going to help lift affordability. We won't need a 50-year mortgage if the Fed was lowering its rates, which I think it will, but it's been, I think, very slow and uneven on that score.
So another idea that he's raised is giving Americans a $2,000 rebate. That would require congressional approval.
That would require congressional approval, and I think the president really wants to try to help the working class. So for that to happen, you need congressional approval, and I'm not sure where that sits at the moment. Depending on who you talk to in the Congress, there would be a reconciliation bill, there won't. We'll see what happens, but I think as the year unfolds, as the year concludes and we go into 2026, I don't necessarily think we'll need that if the growth backdrop is as strong and robust as I believe it will be.
I mean, the president has also talked about the revenues from tariffs coming in, trillions coming in, which is a lot more than you've reported. But and he's saying that we could eventually do away with the income tax. Is that another idea that is maybe a little ahead of its time?
I would say it's innovative. On the trillions, he's correct in that if you look, even CBO had scored the tariffs as lowering the deficit roughly $4 trillion over a 10-year period. And by the way, I'm not a huge CBO fan, but the numbers actually so far have been a little bit better than what CBO's numbers would imply. About a $300 billion tariff jolt this year, $400 billion next year. Then if you have lower debt, you lower interest costs. I mean, it would be nice, again, focusing on the supply side, reducing taxes on capital and labor, removing anti-growth business regulations, having cheap and abundant energy. These are all things to galvanize and rejuvenate the private sector, to hire people, to create value, and to pay them high-paying jobs, which is why the U.S. economy post-COVID has thrived. And it was thriving prior to the pandemic. I believe you look at the GDP numbers. This is why I'm saying just be a little bit patient here. GDP numbers look really good.
What are the numbers that you're looking at?
So GDP in the second quarter grew 3.8%. If you take out the federal side, which fell over 5%, we grew at 4.5%. It appears that we grew close to 4% in the third quarter. Again, private sector led. So that's a combination of consumption, which you were mentioning. And that's just goods. If you look at services, which is the bulk of consumption, that's been strong. But also on the CapEx side, we're seeing really good growth in capital spending. And that, to me, makes me very positive in the outlook. And we're seeing that in the stock market with very strong earnings growth in the last quarter.
So, a lot of economists, and we're looking for some audience questions. I'm not seeing them here, but maybe our staff can get some audience questions up. You may be seeing them behind us. Most economists say that tariffs are clearly inflationary. The president says they're not. So, I'm confused about this.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. So this is, okay.
It's like a no-brainer. Can we just say
No,
that?
this is not, okay, I'm going to get on my soapbox here a little bit. Because tariffs are not, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. It's one of the few things economists agree on. If you want to add credit, money, and credit phenomenon, fine. An inflation rate. Tariffs, if there was an effect, it's a one-off price level effect. If you look at goods prices and the personal consumption expenditures deflator, they've not gone up. They've been flat. Where the inflation is in services. Now, does this not mean maybe at some point we could have a tariff impact? I've been hearing that since March. And it happened in March, and it happened in April, May, June, July, August, September. No, I don't see tariffs as being inflationary. I think that's economic malpractice. I don't think people understand how the inflation process works. We've seen the vast majority of the tariff be absorbed in margins. And I also think, because I mentioned earlier, equity earnings in general have been so high, a lot of it's being absorbed effectively by the foreign exporter, who's lowered the price so that when the importer pays the higher tax, the end user consumer doesn't pay it.
But you concede that the shoe could drop next year.
What's that?
You concede that there could be some further impact next year.
Well, there could be, but again, the effects would be very de minimis. The fact that I think most people are still arguing about, well, how much of the tariff effect is there? Already, the argument for me is over, because you were telling me back in March, and it was like some crazy cockamamie argument about inventory building, what's going to happen. I'm like, okay, we're waiting for Godot here.
We do have a question here from the audience. What's the single clearest piece of evidence that you'd point to that modern supply-side economics is actually causing the economies, is actually raising the economies?
Sure, speed limit. So if you go back to the first Trump administration, you look at the change in productivity growth, it went up every year incrementally. And, if you remember, in 2019, we were talking about AI, we were talking about robotics, we were talking about how innovative the economy was, and they had all this disinflationary pressure. We will repeat that again with the policies in place, where you'll see higher productivity growth.
Okay.
And you'll get economy growing at 3%. I mean, in the first 3 years of the Trump administration, we grew almost 3%. In the third year, we were almost 3.5%. Inflation was low and stable. So if my thesis is correct, we will see growth at 3%, and we'll see inflation move lower. And by the way, when you get 3% growth and it's driven by capital spending, your deflators are not high there. Your deflators are low. So, you even go back to the 90s, you'd see another scenario where, in the 90s, we had reduction in capital gains rates, reduction in capital broadly speaking, more friendly business environment relative to what it had been. So I would go back to the late 90s, and more importantly, where we were in the first Trump administration as evidence to that question.
Well, let's get to one more, which is really good, all these rebates that you're talking about, if it comes to pass that there is a direct rebate, wouldn't that be inflationary in the way that you've said that the Biden administration policies were?
It depends where the supply side of the economy is.
Mm-hmm.
If the supply side of the economy doesn't grow, then yes, that would be inflationary. But if the issue is the potential of the economy is growing, because we've increased productive capacity, basically we have the capital and resources to produce more goods and services that people want, then no, it's not inflationary.
Okay, and then one final question on AI. We're asking all of our guests during this conference. What do you expect the impact to be on jobs? How many job losses do you expect, and what parts of the economy will be hit? So
to me, AI is an incredible tool that I think is complementary to the existing workforce. And so I don't look at this as, I'm not a Luddite. I believe AI is very helpful. But, we need plumbers and electricians and carpenters and skilled trade. We're building. The factory sector we're going to build. We can't have AI build something. You need a worker to do it. So I think, we get, fear sells. Fear is a motivator. And I think too much of what people read about this job losses and everything. By the way, I'll argue with my Democrat friends. Let's talk, we gave you a great economy. No, you really didn't give us a great economy, because we had 2 million job downward revisions in 23 and 24. Labor markets have been slowing. That's not because of AI. We need policies that are going to encourage business to invest. And again, AI is a complement to it. And you look back historically, the U.S. has always innovated with all these technologies, whether it was moving from to the steam engine, to a motor vehicle, to telecommunications. I'm an optimist, as is the president and the secretary. So I think the economy should turn. We need the Fed to help, but the economy will turn.
Sounds great. Sounds like we're going to get an announcement soon on a new Fed chair. Have any?
Well, the president is keeping us in suspense. It was going to be maybe before Christmas. The other day he said it might be after Christmas. So we'll see. It'll happen soon enough.
Do you think there's still a chance that your boss, Secretary Bessent, could be persuaded?
Look, the secretary would be a wonderful Fed chair, but he doesn't want it. He loves the job he's got. I think the president respects that. But as they say, those decisions ultimately are made above my pay grade.
And we're going to have to leave it there.
Thank you
so much for joining us.
Thank you, Andrea.
So much. Great job.
All right, I want to take this moment to encourage everybody with the standing room at the back, come on forward. We've got spaces. If your bag is next to you, maybe pick that up, give some room for someone to take a seat. We love to see that there are people standing at the back. We're that full, but get comfortable. Take a seat if you can. Okay, we are going back now to AI, but very much looking ahead, talking about 5 trends to watch in 2026, everything from agentic enterprises to physical AI. So next, we have a session in partnership with EY. We have EY Global Chief Innovation Officer Joe Depper with an illustrious moderator who also happens to be my boss, Thomson Reuters President and Chief Executive Officer Steve Hasker. Give him a round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a great honour and privilege to have a chance to ask Joe Depper, the Chief Innovation Officer of EY, a few questions about this AI environment and get a few of his predictions for 2026. Just as a reminder, EY is one of the most important cogs in the sort of global economy. Over $50 billion in revenue and almost 400,000 people. And I think it's worth sort of reminding everyone as just what a behemoth the organisation is, obviously one of the biggest of the big four. But before we jump into the questions, Joe, Chief Innovation Officer, what does that mean, day to day, year to year at EY?
Well, first of all, thanks for having us, Steve, and thanks to the Reuters team. For Chief Innovation Officer, I've got 3 main components of my role. First is I've got the data office. So at EY, people sometimes don't realize we process over 50% of the Fortune 500 companies' data sets. So that's a massive amount of data. One of the largest data producers, data consumption in the world sits within our EY databases. The second is around AI. So I run our AI program globally, and that's 400,000 people, 150 countries. And so when you think about AI, what we're seeing now, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, is sovereign AI and how that's going to impact the way that we run our business. Right. And we'll talk about that. And the third is what we call Next Frontier. This is the fun stuff. This is physical AI, quantum, blockchain. We just announced today that we launched a new physical AI lab, and we're going to go invest in physical AI because we think that's the next big trend to come.
And does that lab have a particular location?
It's actually in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Is it?
And,
okay.
It's actually where I'm from. No bias there. But Alpharetta, we've got actually our central technology team is headquartered there as well. And so what we did is we've got a lab where our clients can come, and it's really a hands-on application of both the simulation, which is data focused, and the Omniverse environment that's led by NVIDIA, and it allows our clients to actually touch and feel and truly apply physical AI before it even gets to the robotic stage of things. We call that the last mile of robotics.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the data side, the whole sort of frontier of AI as it pertains to the entire organisation, and therefore the clients, and then the new fun stuff. Okay. So I heard recently Peter Thiel make a reference to particularly consulting, and obviously consulting is and sort of broader change and transformation is a huge part of EY, as the assurance practices, audit and tax and so forth. But Peter sort of made the prediction that consulting will go the way of the wagon wheel, and it will be replaced by the sort of Palantir type data and analytics offerings. What's your view on that? I mean, is there an element of truth to that? And as you look forward for EY, is there more opportunity than threat? Is it equal opportunity and threat, or is this something that keeps you up at night?
So absolutely, the world is going to change very, very quickly, and consulting in particular will also change. I think we're seeing that. If you think about it, ChatGPT's only been around for not even just now 3 years as of Sunday. It was his birthday.
Sunday, okay.
Yeah, that's right. ChatGPT was just 3 years ago, and it's amazing how fast things are evolving. Now we're talking about agentic AI. We're talking about physical AI. So when you think about our consulting business, we have something we call EY Client Zero. And the idea is that we have 400,000 people. We have 150 countries. Let's leverage and use AI on our own business first before we bring it to our clients. And what that does is it helps us filter through the noise. So the way we're thinking about our consulting business is absolutely AI is going to help assist and enable our consulting teams. And we're going to use agentic AI in some of those situations where we can actually drive better margins for our clients. But we don't expect a net job loss in consulting. We actually
You don't?
We don't expect a net.
So the same or more consultants going forward?
Same or more. the jobs are 100% going to change very, very quickly and already have. And I think the companies that actually adapt quicker, I call it the innovation muscle, so the ones that have the right training, the right assets in place, and the right data, the data is really important, are going to be the ones that absolutely take advantage of this market over the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. The ones that don't are going to fall behind very, very quickly. And I think that's the difference that's going to happen over the next few years.
And do you think about sort of the recruiting, the next year's intake and the following in terms of humans versus agents? And is there a way to think about, EY will have for every one human 3 or 4 agents? I've heard other, sort of heads of consulting practices talk. Do you think in those terms or not?
I think that you're going to see the job descriptions are absolutely going to change. So I often say to our teams, adaptability is the new job security, meaning your job is going to change, it's going to change again, it's going to change even faster than it has in the past. And so when you think about agents, the expectation is that you're going to manage agents in the future. Humans are going to manage agents. You're not going to manage just team members. You're going to be managing other agents. That means you need to onboard them, you have to recruit them, you have to train them, you have to certify them, you have to attest to what they're doing is the right thing to do, and then you retire them and you bring in new agents. Same thing for physical AI and robotics. That's now becoming mainstream, right? You have to treat those as human protocol with recruiting, onboarding, training, certification, and then retiring those robots of the future. And so I think that a lot of the job growth, I think, is going to sit in that realm of training the agents, recruiting the agents, monitoring the agents. Same with physical AI. And with physical AI, you've got a whole job space there around manufacturing, configuration, maintenance, that nobody's quite understood yet either. Yeah,
it's interesting. I mean, your sort of sense of optimism and projection of growth, I think, is a compelling one. I'm a big believer in the sort of history of these disruptive technologies, whether it's back to the steam engine, the combustion engine, the railroad, the internet, in that ultimately it creates tremendous upticks in economic activity and therefore wealth creation and standards of living. The intermediate disruption can be, is the sort of hard part, right? And so with that in mind, Joe, based on what you've been doing over the last 12 months or so, or since the advent of ChatGPT, what's working at EY and what's not working?
Yeah, and I agree with you. So if you think about the history of technology evolution, I think it's a great point. There's always been job growth out of every industrial evolution that we've had in technology, whether it was manufacturing or to the internet, to the iPhone, to ChatGPT. Now we're in that point where we're like, maybe not this time, but again, every time we've been proven wrong. I think the difference this time is that the disruption is going to occur faster, right? And the speed is faster. Okay. And so there is going to be some temporary disruption that's going to occur, and you're going to see some companies that invest in the right tools, the right training, the right technologies exceed at a rapid pace. Some governments that do that as well. Some that don't will continue to fall behind. I think that's what we have to watch when we think about the future. In terms of what we've learned over the years, in terms of AI, I think there's a lot of hype out there. We've all seen that.
Is there a bubble?
So the question around the bubble is, I think AI is here to stay, and I think it's going to massively, hopefully, positive impact on society. That's my belief, that it's going to help. It's going to help society when it comes to job growth. I think in the future, maybe a little painful now, but it's going to help in the future. When it comes to medical outcomes and precision medicine in particular, robotic surgery is already seeing great success in certain geographies. And also when we think about water supply and some other areas of growth, I think that AI is going to help improve the quality of life for people in the future, and that's hopefully what we all believe too.
Yeah, and so as you think about, I mean, you've got in the audience here many people who lead their own companies, who work for other enterprises and government agencies. What's your advice in terms of where they should start? So in other words, do you start with sort of trying to automate tasks today? Do you start with things that cut across the organization? Do you start with sort of the highly specialized professional roles? Do you start with the back office? Mm-hmm. Where should people get started?
So when you think about, again, the speed of things, generative AI is moving to agentic AI, moving to physical AI in a matter of a year or two.
Right.
And so when you want to focus in on, okay, where do I get started? There's really, in my view, 4 key elements that we focused on at EY and with our clients too that are important. First is you've got to get your data right. Yep. Whether it's generative AI or it's agentic AI or it's physical AI, it's even more important to have that strong, high-quality data. Right. A study we did at EY this last year shows that 83% of clients say they still don't have the right data infrastructure. So therefore, they can't leverage all the latest and greatest AI. So that's going to be really, really critical. The second key that we believe is important is you have to embed responsible AI into everything you do now. Right. So that's from the data, the models, to the algorithms, to the way that you're training your employees. Responsible AI has to be embedded. And what we've seen now, another study that we did recently, the companies that have embedded responsible AI, not just like a PowerPoint, right? Not just a motto, but truly putting it into your algorithms. They've seen less compliance risk from a penalty perspective, but also better job growth and better revenue. And the reason for that is when you talk to these companies that are truly taking responsible AI and embedding it into their organization, people, the processes, is that it gives people guardrails to experiment. Right? So instead of saying, I don't know what to do with AI, they say, okay, as long as I play in this sandbox with this technology and I don't do these certain things, I can experiment with AI. And so you're seeing that showing up in revenue growth. So that's important when we talk about trust. The third is value. There's a lot of innovation theater that's occurred. Yeah. So anybody that's seen this in the last few years, some of that's okay. You're learning, we're growing, we're learning about new tools, but you really want to attach to use cases and values. So to your point on back office, that's a big opportunity for value there. Finance, procurement, back office. We are seeing true productivity savings, for example, there, but also in software development. That's an area that's absolutely been impacted by AI very quickly. It went from one of the top job growth areas in 2 years, 3 years ago, to literally almost net zero now in software development and programming. And that tells you that there are going to be jobs that are going to be impacted by AI, and you've got to retool and reskill those. So value is going to be really important. It's not just productivity, it's also engagement, it's also quality. And the last one is what I call adoption. End of the day, you can have the best tools, the best technology. I can have the best data. If nobody's using it, it doesn't matter. So I was joking with the client the other day on adoption. I've never heard, Steve, a client say that they've over-invested in training. Never once have they said they've over-invested in training. That training is going to change. AI is going to help change training. It should be AI-led training, and not the training where you take a quarterly sort of training with a video camera. It should be at the point of service and AI-led, but training is going to be absolutely critical in the future.
Yeah, we're seeing the sort of greatest impact when we apply our tools. The legal AI assistance called CoCounsel, the tax AI assistance called CoCounsel, when it's applied to those professions where there's deep expertise, where there's a very clear understanding of the role at different tenures, and we see less traction in some of the generic tools that are trying to apply where everyone has a slightly different take on what the job is. And interesting, your point about the sort of importance of humans to guide the AI. I was reading about a study recently where they had the agent run the sales team, not the other way around, and essentially what the agent did was figure out that extortion was one of the best ways to incent the sales team. And so you actually need the human being to apply some values and some guardrails.
Yeah, that's right.
Fairly obvious point, but I think it was well made by this particular study. Okay, so as Kim said, we're going to get Joe's take on 5. Feel free to have more or less predictions for AI in the year 2026. So
okay.
Over to you, Joe. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, so I think, again, the world is moving so quickly. There's the 5 key trends that I would see happening. One is data is both the lifeblood and the bottleneck.
Can AI help on the data front?
It absolutely can.
Okay.
So when you talk about data, master data management now can be automated with AI.
Okay.
Right. So there's ways that you can use AI to help improve your data quality. I'd actually say some industries, like financial services in particular, have invested in data over decades. Right. And so they are actually more equipped right now to take advantage of some of these next generation technologies than other industries that haven't. Right. So again, about 83% of clients still say their data is not in the right state. But it's not just the quality, it's also the access. So can I use the data? How do I use the data? What do I have consent to use the data? Right. You have new tools like synthetic data that actually Gartner's expecting by 2030 that it's going to be about 50% of the data in the world. It could be higher. It's synthetic, right? Basically fake data that's mimicking real data.
At Thomson Reuters, we prefer the real to the synthetic, in case anyone's worried.
You like the real data. Well, there's actually a whole, there's some, when you think about synthetic data, the issue is if you have too much synthetic data, you have model collapse.
Right.
Then you don't know what's real or what's not anymore, right?
Yep.
So synthetic data it's good because you can actually do some things that you can't do today from a regulatory standpoint, not using real data. Clinical trials is a great example of precision medicine, where you can actually use it to predict how a patient will respond before they get the treatment. But there's also some downside as well. So data is going to be important, I think, in 2026 and beyond. Right? I think that's a standard that's going to continue to happen. Self-driving enterprise is the second component. You're starting to see this happen in some smaller companies and startups where they've got agents running and there's one CEO and agents are running the business. When you think about the self-driving enterprise, I think for corporations, it's going to be in certain pockets, like back office to start, finance, HR, procurement. And you're going to have agents that are going to be orchestrating amongst themselves with humans in the loop. And then you can actually have, again, you're going to have recruiting of those agents, onboarding of those agents, certification and attestation that they're doing the right things legally in compliance and they're not extorting people, right? And then you also are going to add in, eventually, to the self-driving enterprise, physical AI and robots, right?
Interesting. Interesting you say that because the sort of the importance of putting a human in the loop, incredibly critical. But at the other end of the spectrum, it's not lost upon us, and I'm sure many in the room, that if you look at the average SaaS company that's at scale, revenue per employee around $300,000-$400,000 at the better performing SaaS technology companies. Whereas companies that are created in the way you're describing, sort of agentic first, agentic AI native companies, revenues, particularly when they reach some version of scale, $3 to $5 million per employee. And heaven help the first cohort if they have to come up and compete against the second. And so, in my view, that's going to be the impetus for everybody who's starting a company to start AI first, and everyone who's running a legacy business to start to automate every part of it that they possibly can, because they're going to have to in order to compete.
That's right.
Okay, so number three.
Number three, I think the sleeping giant right now is sovereign AI.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just curious, how many people know about sovereign AI? Anybody? See, not many. So that's one that I think is going to be really, if you think about it, at the end of the day.
Can you define it for us?
Right. So USA, the way that they're going to treat AI and data is going to be different than, for example, China or the Middle East or Europe, right? Anywhere in Europe. And so countries are starting to establish policy around how to treat data, how to treat the models, how to treat the employees in terms of where they have to sit and live in order to use those models. So sovereign AI is the concept that you may have situations where countries say or dictate that in order to have AI in your company, you have to have the team, the data, the infrastructure, the technology layer sit within that country or that geography. And you think about what that does, it creates, I call it AI islands. You would have, if you're a multinational company like us, you would have AI infrastructure, technology, data in 150 countries.
Right.
If we use the extreme example, around the world. And so that to me is what I call the sleeping giant, because if that starts to happen, then what you would then create is a compliance layer that doesn't currently exist. Good news, it's net new jobs, right? But you're also going to need to deal with the technology and the infrastructure challenges that would occur as a result of that. It also would help improve privacy and safety and security in some areas. So there's pros and cons on sovereign AI, but we're seeing more and more discussions with our clients around how to enable that.
It's interesting, isn't it, that this sort of AI era is coinciding with a pretty significant pullback in globalization.
That's right.
Which I think leads you to that conclusion. I mean, we're in the middle of some vigorous debates on a version of this question, which is, the way AI has been characterized, it's a race between the US and China, okay, which is sort of a version of what you're describing. And then the extension to sort of fair use and copyright, which is relevant to us, is that, well, China does not respect copyright, and if it's a race with the US, ergo the US shouldn't either. And we would argue the opposite, which is, China has cheaper power, has more engineers, doesn't have better chips but might. And so you sort of layer on what are the differentiators. The thing that the US has better than any other country on the planet is great content. Great filmmakers and musicians and recorded music artists and, in our case, journalists and lawyers who are capturing, IP. And if you erode the incentives to those creators, then the world will be flat. And in fact, it will be a race with China. Anyway, enough of that rant. Number 4.
Number 4, work reimagined, right? So the whole discussion we had earlier around jobs, I think that's going to be a continued discussion. You starting to see, what I would say is that, again, adaptability is the new job security, right? So the ability to adapt is going to make the difference in your job growth You're going to see some people that really adapt well, and they're going to continue to grow in their careers. They're going to adopt AI, and they're going to continue to see success, and others that don't. Some of that is the middle management layer. We're seeing some crisis, I call it, because the middle management layer, if you're in finance, procurement, if you've done governance and PMO operations, what can often happen is AI can do that better now. Yeah. So those jobs are starting to see displacement in some areas. Entry level is also seeing, I would consider, some displacement. But entry level, what's happening is most of the graduates that are coming in are well equipped with the tools in AI, and so I feel like they're a little bit better equipped to handle some of the challenges. I am more worried about that middle management layer and how fast they can evolve and be adopted into.
Yeah, it's sort of the adage that I think we've all started to hear or use. You won't be replaced by AI, but you might be replaced by someone who uses AI. And the wrinkle could be middle management, which That's is right. Use it all you like, but if ultimately fewer middle managers are required, we may move to a bit of an hourglass type model. Yeah. Okay. Last and final.
Just trust is the new currency.
Okay.
Right. So if you think about, and everybody can look online now and see there's deep fakes and there's issues with trust, and consumers are starting to recognize. You mentioned the events in the U.S. I saw a stat the other day that concerts and live sporting events are actually the attendance is up. Right. And I think part of me is believing that people are getting somewhat tired of the AI and the fake AI and the deep fakes, and they're saying, I just want to talk to a human. I want to see humans. I want to interact with humans. So trust is the new currency, and I think the organizations that embed responsible AI into everything they do, that are trusted brands, trusted with consumers, trusted with their employers, are going to see much greater success. The ones that don't or make mistakes along the way, I think, are going to see rapid decline.
Thank you, Joe. That's I hope everyone agrees with me. I think that is in 15 or so minutes as clear and coherent a view on the state of AI and the immediate future of AI as I've ever heard. And I've listened to a lot of these kinds of conversations. So thank you, Joe.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. A fascinating discussion. I'm going to have to grab you at some point, Joe. I want to know, what should I be encouraging my teenage son to study so that he can not be lost in the middle management at some point? Speaking of, if you want to hear more conversations like those, we have the technology and AI stage, a whole lot going on there tomorrow. I'll be moderating and emceeing that stage, so please join us there tomorrow if you can. Up next, we have someone with a truly unique perspective on the future of storytelling and its social impact. This is a discussion moderated by Reuters US entertainment business correspondent and podcast favorite Dawn Chmielewski, who is speaking to Cherie Redstone, who leads the Redstone Family Foundation and chairs Sipor Studios. Let's give them a round of applause.
We ready for this?
Yeah, always ready.
Thanks for joining us. This will be a lively conversation. So Cherie, look, Cherie is the former chairperson of Paramount Global. She is currently president of the Redstone Family Foundation, which is a philanthropy, pardon me, I can't speak, focused on combating racism and anti-Semitism through education. And earlier this year, she took on a new role in entertainment as chair of Sipor, which is an entertainment studio behind the Emmy Award-winning documentary, We Will Dance Again. So we'll talk about that shortly. Let's start the conversation with the industry you know so well, the entertainment industry, which is undergoing this rapid consolidation. You, of course, sold your family's stake in Paramount to the Ellison family over the summer, and in recent days we've seen that another major Hollywood studio, Warner Brothers Discovery, is in discussion, contemplating a sale. So what are the factors contributing to this consolidation, and what do you think the industry looks like over the next few years?
Well, I do think there will continue to be consolidation in the industry. I think, as we were talking off stage, consolidation is hard. It's very hard to integrate new companies into old companies, so I think we're going to see a lot of successful integrations and also ones that become more challenged. I think one thing that will stay the same, as my dad always said, is content is king. So for me, the entertainment industry has always been about creating great content. I don't know how it will end up with Warner Brothers, who will get it. But what's interesting, you see those of us who have traditionally been in the content creating business, and then companies like Netflix, who are a great distribution company, but now realizing the importance of creating content and creating content that people want to see. So I think it's going to continue to evolve. I think you'll see more AI, which will be opportunities for the industry, as well as challenges that we need to think very seriously about. And change. Change is the one constant, I guess, other than death and taxes.
Well, let's dig into the AI question, because you know, because you've seen the sort of existential moment that the industry has had. There are moments more recently in time where we've had the introduction of an AI-generated actress, that caused all of Hollywood to have a breakdown. Where do you see the applications of that technology, and who will be displaced in this process?
Well, if we're not careful, I think everybody will be displaced. I don't want to be the voice of doom, because I do think there's an opportunity to manage this. The problem is that it happens so quickly, it doesn't give you enough time to plan. So in real time, we're going to have to sort this out. But I think there are a lot of opportunities using AI that are going to make our business more efficient, more cost-effective, and that we're going to have to be able to find a way to take advantage of that. And some of those people who have been involved in those positions will be displaced. I think when it comes to talent, yeah, there was a lot of controversy, whether it's acting, whether it's music, et cetera. And that's where I think we really need to be very aggressive in protecting the creative talent and making sure that they are not replaced. There's nothing like the real person. There's nothing like the real thing. I think that was Coke. But the reality is, I think it's going to continue to evolve. I don't have an easy answer for you. I think there are going to be places for it in every aspect of it. I mean, you look at the legal field now and all of these, law associates who are coming in, and you look at how discovery is done. All of these people are going to be displaced. We're going to have to find other opportunities within the fields to create jobs, and not enough jobs are going to be created. So I think it's a challenge.
Yeah, totally. So talk with me, a related challenge, as we're talking about sort of the disruption of the entertainment industry, is another part of the business that you know really well, theatrical. I mean, the theatrical business has been in decline since COVID. We're at something like close to $8 billion in domestic box office gross this year, which is well off of the $11 billion it was in 2019. Are we going through a structural change? Is there any coming back from this? And how might eliminating one of the major Hollywood studios from the equation impact theatrical? Talk to me about that. This is something you know so well.
Well, first of all, I think there's nothing like the movie-going experience. But you have to create the experience around the movie if you want to get people out of their homes going to the movie theaters. So we used to do cocktails. We used to have concierge. We used to have pre-show performances. We used to really make it about a night out. And I still think that nothing will replace that. But that being said, I think it's not so much the consolidation that is going to have an impact on the industry going forward. It's more about streaming. It's more about the quality of home theaters, about changing consumer habits. And I think even with consolidation, if you have more limited content being created, at the end of the day, right now in movie theaters, people only go to see the hits. It's much harder. You used to get them to go see a C movie. And I said, if we give them a drink, we can get them to see a C movie. Instead of now, you're lucky if you can get them to see an A movie with a cocktail. So I think that those hits will continue to be created. And even if there's consolidation, and we'll get to this in a different way, there's still a lot of independent and foreign film and foreign content that people want to see now, which is much more much more approachable than it used to be, and people really are very comfortable going to those. So I don't think that the consolidation is going to be the biggest impact. I think it's just going to continue to be the success of streaming, and that puts the onus on exhibitors to create that experience that makes people want to get out of the home.
Interesting. I think this is a logical segue to your work with Sipur, which, you just assumed the role as chair of this Israeli entertainment company. And we've talked a bit about how production in Israel might well address the rising cost of production that you've referenced earlier in our conversation. So talk to me about why you joined this company after just exiting a global
Right.
media operation. What attracted you, and how does it shake up the industry's economics?
Well, the way I got involved is, as you mentioned before, they did the movie We Will Dance Again. And they came to me with that film, and we were able to get it streamed on Paramount Plus.
Tell people what that was about.
And that movie was about what happened at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. So it was a really tough movie, and as many of you know, it's been very hard to get Israeli content both funded and distributed. So they came to me, I don't want to say as a last stop, but I think. And we ended up putting it on Paramount Plus, and it was an incredibly successful movie. It won an Emmy. We partnered also with BBC. It just won an award last week in London, the Rose d'Or Award, as the best documentary. And through that, I got to know the team at Sapor. And I felt consistent with a lot of the work I was doing in my foundation around fighting anti-Semitism and racism and addressing those issues. It was also about getting people to see Israel a different way. So it kind of very much fit in with my vision of how can people see Israel for the Israel that it is, not the Israel that people portray it as, unfortunately, so frequently. Not that it doesn't have its challenges, it does, but there is a side of Israel people don't know. And I've always felt that we can create change through content. My dad always said content is king. I always say content creates conversation that leads to change. And so that was my initial, meetup with Sapor. And then I got to learn more about their business. And to be honest, they had an offer to be purchased. And I started talking to Emilio, who was the CEO, and I said, it's way too soon to sell this company. You have such a vision. If you can find a way to raise the money and bring in the right people, I think you should hold on for it for longer. Not realizing at the time that I would be some of the funding and I would be the person who we brought in because their previous investors had no media experience. And what I like about Sapor is it is a very different model than what we have in Hollywood. So basically, what happened in Israel years ago is the broadcasters and the cable networks realized that they did not have the ability to fully fund all of their shows. At the same time, Israeli content was traveling so successfully around the world. We had Fauda, we had Homeland, we had In Treatment, we had so many shows. So Emilio came up with the idea of doing deficit financing for 40 to 60% of these shows in order to own all of the international rights. And then he brought in a partner to share in those costs and to share in the revenue generated by, the international success of these projects. And what was incredible about Israel is they did have a strong creative community. They were successful. And the first show we did was actually a show we did called Bad Boy. And that we did in conjunction with Peter Chernan's North Road Studios. And it became a tremendous success in Israel. It won all of the Academy Awards. It became top 10 in almost 50 markets on Netflix. It was the only Netflix international drama to receive any Emmy nominations. It won an award in Germany. And recently, we're now doing the second season and also working with Netflix on an English remake. And that's our model, to find communities with great creative talent. We recently did a show in Argentina that I'm going to be introducing at the Miami Content Festival in January. And it's about an Israeli actress who wanted to kind of become more international. And she's teamed up with a very well-known actor in Argentina. And it's a telenovela about a woman whose boyfriend ends up having a relationship with somebody else's wife in Argentina, so she goes over there to figure it out, and it then takes on all of the typical things that a telenovela takes on. It's incredible. It's a 360-degree approach to the content. So we not only have the show, we have a concert, and in fact, that's how it's going to be introduced. When we introduce the content, we're looking at doing something in Australia. We're doing our first international thriller with North Road, called Heart of a Killer, which is about an Israeli doctor whose best friend needs an organ transplant and can't get one. So she comes up with a very creative way to save her friend's life and then gets involved with the illegal organ transplant market. So I could go on and on.
I know, I was going to say,
but
you know,
I'm excited about it because it is a different model and it works. And in spite of the fact that people kind of want to boycott content, I actually believe that having this content out there can lead to conversations that can bring people together.
I know we've got so little time and so many things. No. There's so many things that we could ask about. One of the audience members is raising a question about CBS News, which you knew was. We'll reframe it slightly. I was hoping you could talk about the controversial decision to settle with CBS News with President Trump over his CBS News lawsuit that stemmed from, as you know, the 60 Minutes interview with his White House rival Kamala Harris. Did you worry about the settlement being potentially precedent-setting, maybe emboldening powerful people to use lawsuits to pressure news organizations? How did you come to a decision here? Because it wasn't an easy one.
Well, first of all, I was not part of the actual decision that was made because I did recuse myself from the board just because of the appearance of conflict, which I really believe existed, but I try to be overly careful, in spite of the fact that people like to sue me, or because of that. But the reality is, you talk about precedent setting, every other company that had been sued by Trump settled within days. So the precedent, if you want to refer to it that way, had already been set. But to me, it was about we had a responsibility as a board to run our business. And while I did recuse myself from the discussions, and I have no idea how they reached the deal that they did reach, I do believe it was the right decision. I think the trial had been set for 2 years out. The chaos that would have been created over the next 2 years, I'm not sure the company could have survived. The internal distractions, the external distractions, in spite of everything that we were doing in the company, and during those months we became the #4 streaming service, nobody was talking about that. All people were talking about was the distraction of the Trump litigation. In addition, Trump was threatening a lawsuit in Florida. You have no idea what discovery is going to show, and even though you think you're always in a good position, there are a lot of things that come out in discovery that you don't like. There are a lot of things that come out in trial that don't like. The responsibility of the board is to do whatever they have to do to ensure the effective functioning of the company. So I do believe it was the right decision. I do believe we have to continue to fight for fairness in news, fairness in broadcasting. I think we have an obligation to do a better job than we've done to remove bias, but the reality is I think it was the right decision, even though it wasn't one that I was involved with.
All right. We have 2 minutes remaining. There's so many questions that, forgive me, we can't get through all of them. There was a question about, if we could scroll back, about AI and its influence in creating content. Like, can AI, if you don't mind scrolling back to one of the earlier questions?
Before you get to that, I want to interrupt you, because if we're that short of time, I'd love to talk for a minute about my foundation.
Oh, please do.
If that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's actually the most important thing that I feel as though I'm doing right now.
Forgive me, Sherry.
Now, that's okay. And what we're trying to do is address the issues of anti-Semitism and racism by building bridges across communities. So we try to empower individuals and communities to have civil discussions. We have a film impact series where we show films about the relationship between the Black and Jewish community and how they come together. I recently did an event at the Jewish Museum where we had a Black artist who was inspired by a Jewish artist, and it showed their work side by side and how it worked. We do a Ramadan dinner. And the reason I really want to say this to you is we're at such a tipping point right now in this world. And I would really ask all of you to use content, whatever content it is, to have the conversations that need to be had. I have a program with preschool children, 4 years old, teaching them about different cultures. And they learn about different cultures. And it has family and food and fun. They go apple picking around Rosh Hashanah. They have apples and honey. They read books about Rosh Hashanah. They do arts and crafts projects. Letters go home to the parents. It starts conversations. And we all have such a responsibility and an opportunity to use our voices, and our voices are content. So I don't think there's any more important work that all of us could be doing right now with our families and with our colleagues. So however creative you want to be or however non-creative you want to be, I just ask all of you to think about this and to have these conversations We have to make a difference. We have to create that world we want for our kids and for generations to come. This is the work I love. It's connected with what I do at Support, and I had to leave you with that message, so I'm sorry to interrupt
absolutely.
you.
Thank you so much, Shari, for your time.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We'll go this way.
Okay, up next, we have one more session before lunch, and it promises to be a good one. We are, again, switching our focus to AI, technology. We've got sessions on humanoids after lunch, the AI workforce, and the 2026 AI dilemma. But before that, we're talking about fast-changing markets and how they're prompting institutional investors to shift their strategies. So how are they doing it? We have a panel up next, moderated by Pavni Mittal, who I will invite to the stage to introduce her guests.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pavni Mittal. Bob Dylan said, "The times, they are changing," and nobody knows that better than the lovely ladies over here with me who are long-term institutional investors. And while circumstances and the environment around us, is changing quite fast, and Kim mentioned some of those, technology and politics, one thing that has remained constant is the mandate to create long-term value. So let's unpack that over the next 30 minutes. Please welcome my panelists. From the Smithsonian Institution, Chief Investment Officer Amy Chen, she's to my extreme left. Builders Vision Chief Investment Officer Noel Lang. And right next to me is North America Head for Temasek, Jane Atherton. Welcome. It's been a volatile few weeks in the market. Could each of you talk about how you are relooking at maybe your long-term strategy when you see such volatility in the short term? Amy?
Sure, thank you so much. And really, it's an honor to be here today. The Smithsonian is a long-term patient investor that is invested across the asset classes. And so in terms of our portfolio, we have designed it more in terms of long-term assets as opposed to being concerned about short-term volatility. So we typically don't make any changes on the short-term basis.
Is there any indicator that you're really looking at right now, or does that not bother you at all?
Well, we do look at valuations, and so if we feel we've been topped off, we'll rebalance our portfolio. But if not, and then if we have market drawdowns, we will rebalance. But typically, we don't make short-term changes.
Noel?
Similarly, Builders Vision, we're a team of investors and philanthropists founded by Lucas Walton, so a member of the Walton family. And we're long-term investors as well, so have a very similar philosophy. But I would say in these periods where there is so much going on within the portfolio, distributions in the private investment portfolio, for example, have been slowed a bit, and there is, volatility in the public markets. We often think about liquidity, so we want to be looking at the liquidity, and we manage 8 portfolios in-house, foundation, taxable portfolios, et cetera. And so really thinking about, is the liquidity, managers that, for instance, might have monthly liquidity, something like that, is it accurate? Can we actually pull that out, and whatnot, if we needed it? And we really want to be able to always start on the front foot. If there is an opportunity, and a lot of times with volatility, there are opportunities through rebalancing and whatnot. So that's, we're really looking, it's not very exciting, but we're looking at that total portfolio, balance and how we could, in that long-term way, through balancing, through liquidity, et cetera, take advantage of opportunities.
Jane, what has been your approach during the last few weeks?
So I would say we're very similar to my first 2 panelists in that we're a Singapore sovereign-owned entity. We are a permanent capital balance sheet, and our mandate is to create sustainable returns over the long term. Because we're investing off our balance sheet, we are not restricted by fund life. We're also primarily an equities investor. So the first piece of resilience for us comes from our balance sheet itself. We're a AAA-rated entity, and we have a high degree of liquidity. So for us, when we're looking at periods of volatility, that can potentially provide an opportunity for us to deploy the liquidity that we have on our balance sheet. And in addition, the balance sheet itself and the strength of that balance sheet provides us a degree of defensibility should we be navigating through periods of volatility. I would also say as a global investor for us, we're very focused also in terms of making sure that we have geographic diversity. The US is our second largest investment market outside of our home market of Singapore. And we also have to ensure that we have a degree of diversification as it relates to industry as well. And then I would say finally, from our perspective, we try and do two things. We try and acknowledge and understand what our portfolio companies are seeing and telling us about the environment that we're operating in, and also the broader ecosystem. We are a large participant in the market. We are also a large LP in a number of GPs, and we benefit from their insights as it relates to making sure that at the end of the day, we're looking at short-term volatility, but we have our eye on what are those long-term trends that we should be investing in for the future.
Speaking of opportunities, AI has opened up this whole world, and depending on where you are, it's either an opportunity or, a time for a lot of anxiety. Noel, for you, because, there's a lot of focus on climate for you. So what kind of opportunities has this AI wave created in climate-focused sectors?
Yeah, I think this is, AI is really transforming everything in every sector, and climate is no different. And I think it's important to recognize that a lot of people have a narrow idea of climate and climate investing. Sometimes it can be, it's renewable energy, very, very, very focused on that. But I think it's important to remember that it is that. It's renewable energy production and whatnot, but it's also energy efficiency, decarbonization strategies, food and agriculture, sustainable agriculture, water, wastewater management, so many different things. And so just like everything else, AI is absolutely transforming these sectors and subsectors. And so we've seen many interesting opportunities across the public and private markets, and our managers, we do mostly invest in third-party fund managers, and our managers are taking advantage of them in areas like grid modernization. You think we have to move away from, centralized utilities to grids that can, have a two-way flow of data and energy and whatnot. Other areas like predictive maintenance on equipment, transmission lines, transformers, siting and permitting of new energy infrastructure projects, and the list goes on. And I'll just say, as I mentioned, it's both the public and the private markets, and it's really interesting in the public markets because, I think a lot of focus this year is on the new administration in the U.S., and it's actually been a wonderful year for the clean energy markets and public markets. And we don't invest in this index, but there's an S&P Clean Energy Index, and we tend to use active managers in this space for lots of reasons. But the S&P Clean Energy Index is up 41-ish% or something year to date. The S&P is up 18, which I would take any day of the week. But it just shows a lot of this outperformance is driven by energy demand increasing and just the opportunities that the underlying companies are taking advantage of. So I would just say it's, it's a very interesting time. And again, to really expand maybe definitions of what, climate investing is, and you get a lot of really interesting AI exposure.
Jane, last year, I believe, Temasek announced it would be investing $30 billion in the U.S. over the next 5 years. A lot of that is, I'm assuming, driven by, the opportunity in AI. But now that you have all these concerns around the AI bubble, are you being more cautious? I mean, how has that changed your approach?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's obviously highly topical right now. And maybe I'll start by saying that AI is going to be and already is the defining technology of our time. But we, like everybody else in the room, I'm sure, and in the audience, are very focused looking at where relative and absolute valuation levels are, both in the public and private markets. We obviously have an eye to the circularity that we're seeing within the whole AI environment. That said, we're also seeing significant adoption of AI. It's already starting to impact various industries. You're already seeing adoption from a commercialization perspective. And if you think about it, the large hyperscalers themselves, you also have to bear in mind that they are well-diversified entities with very many earning streams. So from our perspective, it's a question of resilience. It's a question of making sure that you're looking at underlying fundamentals. It's also a question of making sure that you have a degree of diversification. You can't be just exposed to any one and own investment. You have to think about a broader portfolio. And for us, at the end of the day, the other thing that we're very, very focused on is ensuring that we are looking at AI and working out how it's going to impact the portfolio that we have, our existing long-term portfolio companies, embedding AI to ensure that they are future-proofed, as well as making sure that we're investing in those next-gen winners that we see coming.
But also, how do you, and I want to ask you this, Amy, how do you make sure that you're not overexposed? Because if you look at the Magnificent Seven, dominating the US market, by extension, dominating the world market, so how do you make sure your portfolio is not one big tech fund?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question. We actively monitor our private and public investments in terms of the underlying holdings. And so we're able to review our geographic, our sector, individual holdings on a monthly basis and really see where we could either exploit certain either geographies or sectors and or be able to hedge out some of the risks. And I think in our case, I think in terms of any new themes, we really probably favor growth, dislocations, and change today, whether it's specifically related to AI, whether it's related to the reshoring, whether it's related to all these different sort of discontinuous changes that have been happening. And I think that, we feel that we're actually well positioned to be able to take advantage of those areas.
I want to pivot to mission-driven investing. Noel, a lot of the headlines about Builder's Vision is about the investment in climate, but you're also trying to make money. So how do you balance those?
Yeah, we absolutely do not sacrifice, returns for with our to focus on investing in a sustainable future. We do have sector focuses in food and agriculture, energy, and oceans, but we manage over $15 billion in assets, so it's not limited to those sectors. We just acknowledge that those sustainable transitions are in those sustainable transitions in those sectors are an amazing investment opportunity, and they are happening. No matter what political climate it is, they are occurring, and so we think about integrating, environmental, social, and governance factors and climate, and especially these three sectors into almost everything that we do. But that takes a lot of different forms, depending on the asset class and the portfolio that we're managing. And so when we think about investment returns, our principal, he doesn't want to sacrifice anything, and we actually have a 13-year track record of outperforming our policy benchmark on the portfolio that is the biggest that we manage. And really, again, just always staying focused on what is compelling, what is long-term, picking good managers, and of course having an asset allocation that is setting us up to fulfill all of the objectives of the portfolio. So it's very doable, but I always say it's still investing, and investing is hard. So you still have to put in a lot of effort and kind of find the right opportunities. But we are absolutely tasked with achieving market rates of return with the portfolios. We do have, and if you follow us on LinkedIn, you'll see we do actually have a catalytic investment portfolio where we are able to take quite a bit of risk in the name of kind of building the markets in food and agriculture, energy, and oceans. And in some ways, that catalytic portfolio, because we are pushing the envelope on kind of going where investors haven't gone yet and building these markets and kind of trialing different things in both fund managers and direct investments, we will be wrong a lot in that portfolio. So while we're always seeking market rates of return, for that particular portfolio, one of the 8, we do have a return of capital target on that because, again, it is the one where we're able to kind of take the most risk and experiment. So it's very interesting actually to have a spectrum of objectives, and it means that we're able to kind of see these 3 sectors through lots of lenses, and actually think it makes us really, really good investors no matter what the kind of portfolio we're investing.
Yeah, speaking of spectrum, how do you integrate, Jane, climate considerations across your investments?
Yeah, it's another great question. So again, as a long-term permanent capital investor, I don't think anybody can avoid climate when you're trying to ensure that you have resiliency in your portfolio. I think the hard question is working out where you invest to ensure that you garner the returns that you effectively require. I think it also is to our mind a little bit tied to geopolitics at this point in time as well, insofar as, if you think about it, energy security is becoming a huge topic. So as we think about investing in a greener future, we also think about energy security. So we are investing sizable amounts in the United States around energy transition. We recently announced that we acquired 50% of Luminace, which was a partnership with Brookfield. It is the largest distributed generation energy business in the United States. We also have an investment in Westinghouse, which is very focused on the build-out of nuclear. And then coming back to talk a little bit about climate and earlier stage climate, again, we're a $325 billion US permanent capital portfolio. So a little bit, as Noel was talking about, we have the ability to also go early stage for a small portion of our portfolio. Again, we're trying to build resiliency, but we're also very focused on being future focused. And so another initiative that we launched in conjunction with BlackRock was Decarbonization Partners, which is investing in very early stage technology around the whole sort of decarbonization environment.
Speaking of politics, the Smithsonian Institution is facing political headwinds, to put it mildly. How do you make sure that you are, your portfolio is giving the kinds of returns that an institution like the Smithsonian needs, especially in times like these, so it can be free and flexible to do what it wants to do?
Well, the Smithsonian is an iconic presence in the National Mall in Washington, D.C. We have world-class exhibitions, collections, and we conduct multidisciplinary research across 140 countries. And so the endowment really ensures the viability of the Smithsonian's future. The Smithsonian has served American people for over 179 years out of this country's almost 250 years history. So we have a lot of levers to pull in terms of providing liquidity. We can move to our fixed income and our cash accounts, our separate accounts, as well as our hedging accounts. And so on a short-term basis, that has not been a concern. The Smithsonian does receive 2/3 of its funding from government appropriations and 1/3 from...
but that is under attack right now. I mean,
yes,
it's a big question mark.
So it was actually very unfortunate because during the government shutdown, out of our 6,000 workers, 4,000 of them had been furloughed. But we did provide loans to individuals, and we did provide support. And so those are the types of things that the Smithsonian is able to do.
Yeah, we are getting some good audience questions, so I do want to pivot to those. Jane, there's one for you. Where do you see mispriced risk or overlooked opportunities in North America?
Such a great question. And if it was mispriced, and I tell you, it won't be mispriced for very long. Maybe I can turn the question around a little bit. Unfortunately, I'm going to sort of repeat a little bit of what I already said, which is I think energy security on a national level, it's not just a US issue, it's a global issue. We're seeing a lot more focus on domestic resiliency in this much more complicated geopolitical environment that we're operating in. So when I think about it from a US perspective, and I go back to the conversation we just had around AI and that I know we'll be having all day, ensuring that we have sufficient energy and energy security is incredibly important. Now, do I think it's mispriced? That's hard to say. But if I am a long-term investor, which I am, are there areas where I would be focused? Yeah, absolutely around energy and ensuring energy security, hence the conversation I just had about the investments that we have made. So that would be the one big area of focus for us.
A lot of questions around AI, but Amy, I do want to ask you, at the end of 2025, what could you share with us about your big focus area for 2026?
Well, as I mentioned, I think that some of the areas that are sort of tangential to AI, whether it's commercialization or industrial services or even, the service robots and so forth. I was just recently in Hong Kong, and I played mahjong with a humanoid robot, which was fun.
Who won?
Who won? Yeah, that was nice.
The robot won. That was actually my first time playing.
That's quite brave of you, I must say.
So at any rate, I think that there are a lot of great opportunities in those areas, but also in terms of, as I mentioned before, just the discontinuity in terms of our trade and so forth that has required corporations to make many changes. And I think that those are areas more on the edges. We don't like to, I think actually industrial services and healthcare are areas that we think are going to be beneficiaries of these changes, but there's also many tangential areas, including the energy and power that we're also interested in.
Noelle, for you?
For 2026, what's the focus?
Yeah, one big focus area.
I think it's it's kind of addressing one of these questions. It's how to think about AI in our investment processes. I think as long-term investors, sometimes, what we focus on isn't always the most exciting, to talk about. It is about governance and processes and monitoring the investments and whatnot. But I'm very excited about continuing to think about how AI will improve and enhance our processes and therefore decision making. And so we've been goal setting this year, at the end of this year, about that. And we're already using Gemini and Notebook LM and teaching each other kind of how we're all best using these new technologies and new and exciting ways to think about how we write a memo or how we assess an opportunity. So many things. So far, I think a lot of it has been around the edges. For example, preparing for panels. I really like to be able to put a whole bunch of different manager letters or capital markets write-ups and into something like Notebook LM and then ask it questions, and really it's so efficient for things like that. But I know that we can really expand upon that and enhance how we actually do our work.
Jane, what about you? And there's also a question about biggest career regret for all of you, but let's rephrase that and look at maybe investment decision.
Gosh, so again, it does come back to AI. We've obviously seen all the enablers of AI, and we've had the conversation around where we see valuations there. They've obviously been a huge beneficiary in terms of where they've been going from a valuation perspective. But I think for me, it's very much focusing on where's AI going to be implemented and where are the areas where you're going to see the most impact, both positive and obviously also negative. And then ensuring that you are future-proofing your portfolio if it is in fact going to be impacted by AI. What are you doing to effectively shift your portfolio to address that? And then where do you see AI having the most positive impact, and how do you invest behind that? And so again, those are a lot of the signals that we continue to look for as it relates to AI adoption.
So we follow the billions, especially the ones that Temasek is going to be spending here in the US. On that note, thank you so much, Amy. Thank you, Noelle. And thank you, Jane. And thank you, all of you, and those of us joining us on live stream. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for your time. Enjoy lunch.
Before we release you, please go and check out, there's an little flavor of our incredible journalism being done at all times. Our incredible lineup of speakers this afternoon as well. 1 million people view these sessions. So a quick little reminder that we have a mix of from our Reuters newsroom. They come under the Reuters Trust Principles. We also have, so there's a lot to get through this afternoon. I'd also like to mention this events app. Excuse me, if you make sure that you add is over. But up next is a session that I am very much looking for. Match the hype. This session is hosted by Reuters journalist.
Thanks everyone for joining us. As a tech topics to explore the world of humanoids, and today I'm so of this world, which is Wendy, who as an associate professor at Cornell, and then we got an company last year after running research at NASA for to explain a little bit of the frenzy and the surging in robotics. How has it changed since the burst of now? The robotics they're trying to build now is different from the last generation for a long time, and you started this latest humanoid one last year.
Welcome, everyone. Yeah, things are materially different, especially. I've been building humanoids my entire career. Got my start at NASA, and then became an entrepreneur. Even 10 years ago, if you wanted to take a robot into something up, they were very fragile. It would take a legion of programmers, not robust to the uncertainties and the vagaries of real dynamics and the technologies that we're using under the umbrella of artificial intelligence. These are very robust, and the whole programming aspect of these have changed. Learning from their own mistakes as we teach them how to do things better. A lot of their most recent investments, because coupled to different verticals, it makes for a very material investment opportunity.
Interact with robots, and now obviously we all get a taste of intelligence. Build and potentially inserting depth intelligence into a.
Asking that, I mean, I think the thing that is different about this from any previous hype cycle we've had is that this time around people are really excited. The demand is not so much to replace human labor, or it's actually to have more data about the real world. I think earlier in this conference, people, as amazing as they are, they're very data hungry, and they've used most. And so robotics is actually the way that that we're going to be able to get kind of engine. And the skills to do tasks, but to interact with people, because that's the way the LLMs are the most useful. AI has really driven like this generation of robotics, and it has a different
form factor of humanoid. Like we can talk to robotics. And where do we actually need them? Maybe we'll start with you, Nick.
Yeah, it was like. So this is controversial, obviously, and an anthropomorphic person. It's not needed everywhere. I think that's needed everywhere. I think that's one of the things that we really robotics in general is it's gonna be a diversity. It's going to be a diversity and a strategy that we're focused on. The humanoid is only one aspect of an over, because this entire world has been built around on that door was designed for the 80th percentile human being. You start deriving a form that looks very similar to us. Are an incredible way to locomote. And it's not just that they in cluttered spaces. Imagine if you had a Segway down through one of these rows of chairs. You'd be moving the chairs out of the way. But ways to locomote. And so you can kind of shuffle your way through the road. But why do you need legs? That just doesn't make any sense to us. But I wouldn't even be able to. Most of the world looks like this. It doesn't look like a pristine flat floor. That bipedal locomotion is far more useful than.
I know you have some evolved thinking on the spectrum of form factor. Do we
humanoid skeptics? A lot of my research has like revolved around trash barrels. We have robot chairs, and mostly what I want to point out about the stuff factors so that people will know how to interact with the robot. And what we see is like a person at all. They don't have to have googly eyes. They don't have to have arms. To all sorts of different other form factors of machines. And so people have been arguing they have to be humanoid, and I have been really skeptical. I think humanoid form factor is one form factor. And I actually think there are, like Nicholas is saying, some scenarios where you really on the robot. So, for example, like the Fukushima plant, like if the whole retroactively install things for the robot, you actually will do. But I think in a lot more situations, what you actually robotic, you could move any kind of machine in the middle because the chairs could go out of the way.
Yeah.
Where the humanoid is just one.
And Nick, you obviously have, and we have talked about the advantage and why you chose that form factor. What are the humanoid that actually have the dexterity and flexibility as a human?
Piece puzzle, and sometimes some of those pieces have fallen onto the puzzle of an Eiffel Tower, right? So it's an enormous It's an integration problem. Running a company is an execution problem. Constantly and trying to get a pilot to work and actually close a business case. It's a very physical world. The promise of humanoids isn't that the evolution of someday folding your laundry in your home. It's that of the virtual world, and we've conquered that. The next 50 things in the environment, manipulate objects at will on demand is going to become the status quo. And unfortunately, or fortunately, this is for people. And so you have a human hand with planet. And you're not going to go through and rebuild and redesign, put in an overfit, bespoke robotic system. You're going to put something in places. Unfortunately, for a lot of design engineers, that in and of itself is an exceptional challenge. There is a functioning of the human hand, and it's a very, very large design. The entire rest of the humanoid by itself. It's its own robot. A whole separate design team just dedicated to the hand, completely separate from the rest of the robot. Wins. Period.
I've heard that we don't even think about as a human is the grip of how you hold something is actually a very technically difficult challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the human hand is fascinating. I mean, depending on what literature you're reading, it's between 18 and actuated. It's got tendons that run through the carpal tunnel. There's actually really no muscles in your hand. The tendons terminate into your fingers, and you've flex with equal force in your fingers. Extremely difficult to replicate. The feeling, it's an enormous challenge. And then couple that to come up with grasping strategies in order to move objects around. For the entire corpus of human knowledge, we have to generate this data, some foundation model that approaches grasping an object that has some utility. Fly a private jet. I mean, that's literally how all this thing's trying to go down.
Questions, but also to kind of move to the adoption side, where a lot of the industrial use cases and all the companies, and where do you guys think the adoption curve for humanoid will look?
I mean, I think that I'm not saying that I think this is wise. You know, thing that you have in your home, something to talk to, and time that you're waiting for the laundry to be folded, you just get angry and start folding it yourself. Having a humanoid robot is a kind of performance of futurosity. It's like having a cuckoo. Canonize what like Swiss ingenuity was that you could actually make this machine happen. And forward looking, we might have humanoids, but it will be fun to show off to your friends. It will make you look like a really things that you want a robot to do. There's form factors that are better than what humans do. A nerd, and I want to see the human hand to see the human hand replicated, and I understand, the natural hand better. But what? And then they had the videos that they showed to the manufacturing, and they had these giant suction hand can. And in fact, like a humanoid hand, like no one's demonstrated. And so there's this way in which we can do cool things, and what people are going to want in the home. That's actually something else.
And you'll be surprised at how many audience questions we're getting is about robotics laundry, which is so mundane.
I mean, so laundry is, first of all, it's a heterogeneous. You have and things like flop around. It actually over the course of the time, material change when you're doing that, and then there's these other things. Like you have to lean in, and for a robot.
Yeah, it needs to look like a person to do that, doesn't it?
To like lean in and grab something, like that's
the cost of perspective.
Yeah.
Perspectives.
Yeah, and then you can just. But it will be really cool when we have it. We have it.
Yes, and Nick, I use cases you are seeing and trying to adopt for your customers.
Like Wendy has been so generously conveying, and I do agree with that. I don't think that home or laundry is going to be ever in 10 years. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe that. Now, the home market might be the market. It may be the thing that just dominates to go from the horse and buggy to the automobile. In industry transformation systems of the way something is done. So I think we cannot underestimate the amount of time, right? And that's just like a plainer thing and just don't run over a dog. What's going to drive, I think, very early adoption and what has influenced those early. And so we need to look at where that cannot be filled. What has national and strategic initiatives? What clients have adoption potential or enthusiastic about adoption? Because you're going to need some heavy industry have some of the most pressing use cases. Not because they're trying to save money. By pitching investors is don't go in and try to say, oh, we're going to save 20% on 90%, right? So what we're talking about is people cannot have a serious conversation about demographics and the world. We're going to peak at about 9 billion people. The UN estimates that after that, we're probably sustained with the growth rate going down, sustained. So in 20, the age of 65, 1 in 4 in the U.S., 1 in 6 worldwide. To give you some to do the things. So this is actually a real pressing problem. Everybody wants to be a YouTuber now. Nobody wants to be a welder. So those early business cases, and we can design the machine, and the.
How about other industrial use cases that we already seen some certain level of the.
I mean, I'm really bullish in a lot of different ways. There's some incredible humanoid and robotics companies out there going about on. I believe that some markets are probably better suited to really express the humanoid form. You ever walked around a shipyard? It is ladders. It's insane. You're never gonna design a robot on with HD Hyundai to do welding in their shipyards in 2027. And so contrast that with the home. I think there's new coffee trying to pack the kids' lunch as the dog is trying to bite at its ankles, and the 6-year-old. I'm like, let's just delay that one a little bit, and let's go after welding.
Room and also watching us from live stream. So I want to talk about the U.S., especially in the context of robotics and humanoids. You guys. In general, they are kind of known for the manufacturing pieces and also their supply chain advantages. So as someone who are building into different shape of robotics and help people interact with them, like where are the advantages and disadvantages on both sides if like we're considering this as like problems that people raise.
That it's really fun to see we go to robot conferences now, and they have these robots like darting through the conference hall. And it's really like lying on the ground, or
a lot of the spectators are lying on the ground.
It's because one of the things is they use a lot of power. Just to freedom that people do, and so they have to do a lot to compensate. It's not super sustainable. I think some of the things, if you are constantly feeding it new batteries, you can make it work. Is maybe the reason why the humanoid form factor is still interesting, and their replacement for work, though.
Do you feel like China has advantage in manufacturing?
For manufacturing, I mean, I think everyone buys their motors from China. I don't know. Manufacturer goes through China, so I think for my industry. But yeah, so I think from blind spots in all of these technical industries where people don't really understand the human element, the lock on that. And I think there could be so much more investment on that front. The research and understand one deployment site, you understand one deployment spot specifically.
Yeah, just going back to your power autonomy. The best walking robot right now. Humans are still about 10 times. More efficient. To the fact that human fat stores about 30 times more energy than 100 miles on a Snickers bar, and you're not going to get a human.
Do it for that. So I would just discourage anyone to do that. But for specific use cases with your data, for something that you need very specific, and for very specific use cases, then it's worth building if you can make a difference. And this is what we do with our foundation models to predict, sports, and is what we're also hearing from the IOC and Moderna.
In our preparation, you talked a little bit about some of the perspectives you have on these general versus specialized models. Like, what do you see? What are your forecasts, or what do you foresee happening in 26 and 27 from those big model providers? What do you expect them to give you?
Well, I mean, of course, the technology race will continue. We see improvements in pre-training. in reasoning, in post-training everywhere. So what we see is that these models will become better. What is maybe more interesting is that the smaller model, the Gemini Flash, the GPT Nano, and the Claude IQ, all of them will become good enough to be applied in day-to-day applications in technology. And that's where we will probably see more adoption and more scale. Basically, we'll see good quality at a much lower cost of inference. And that can make a huge difference. We're looking forward to really being able to do a lot more with cheaper models. Besides, fancy advancements and AGI achievements, I think that will continue to work, and we will need more years and more breakthrough. But I think for industry adoptions everywhere, the smaller models are going to be making a big difference in 2026.
So just to play that back, it sounds like you're saying that as that cost of per token or the cost of inference goes down, then you just open up a broad set of use cases because it becomes cheap and easy to
Correct.
do that.
There is almost every company offers two layers, a good and expensive one and a cheaper one. The cheaper one is becoming good enough for many use cases. That's what's going to happen in 2026.
Ilario, just to maybe reflect on some of the use cases you talked about, do you see the same kind of expectations? What do you see as being some of the future expectations from the big model providers?
I totally agree. I'm not going to disagree with that statement. I think that's what we're seeing ourselves as well. I think you saw it already in 2025. I think it will accelerate in 2026, but that's pretty much what we see ourselves as well. I think maybe the only thing that I would add is the open source models are really picking up. And I think that's maybe the one additional thing that I will say. It'll be interesting to see what will happen in 2026.
And they're also very, very cheap.
Yeah. Maybe let's shift a little bit towards this future of work question. So Tracy, you had mentioned redefining work. You've had some great success rolling out AI tools at Moderna. What lessons learned can you share with the audience around what's worked, what's not worked? How should people think about the change management around applying AI and changing work?
Sure. So I think there are things that are obvious that you probably are all doing in your organization. I think tone from the top is really important. Access. So I had mentioned we gave everybody access to go and play around with the tools and to spend time on it. But I think that there's a couple of things that are critically important. One is you have to build it into your culture. It has to be the way that you operate. If it's important to you as an organization and you want to advance it, it should be critical that you develop your culture around the use of technology and innovation. Absolutely do not lead with cost. So no one gets excited about cost and cost savings. That's not a driver of an employee. A driver of an employee is innovation. So where we've seen the most uptick, it hasn't been around them playing to write a speech in Pirate. It has been about them actually looking at how can I innovate the work that I'm doing? How can I upskill myself? These are things that are motivating to employees. It's like, look what I've done. I've worked for a company that's allowing me to innovate the work that I have, that I can upskill. And so I think that's critically important.
Yeah. I'm curious, though. I mean, I think CFOs in the audience might disagree and say that, hey, those cost benefits are real. And we're hearing a lot of pressure going into 26 that you've got to do both. You've got to innovate and you've got to hit the cost targets. So what does that look like, inside an organization when they start to hear that from Wall Street?
We have that, right? So we have cost targets from a company perspective. We're working to rebuild our organization. But I think the specific use of AI, I think people get motivated and want to lean in when they can think about how to do work differently. They can combine two roles that didn't exist before. They can break down a barrier within function or cross-functionally. They can get product to patient faster. When you tell them, go reimagine your work because we want to save money, they're like, no, that doesn't feel exciting. So it's not that it doesn't exist. I just think the messaging around how you manage those two things that are both equally important matters.
Yeah, I mean, the cost savings is the side effect, right?
Yeah.
It's really what
you can't cut your way to innovation. And so that's a fact. And so if you want, and maybe some companies just need to cut, right? But if you want to be an innovative company or you need to be an innovative company, you can't just cut your way there. You have to allow for the freedom for people to experiment and to be bold and innovative.
Yeah, and Nicola, you mentioned a strong focus on applying AI into your development teams. Like, what does the change management look like right now for your engineering teams? Again, as a technology organization.
That's very big. I think it's a huge topic for many technology company. We have a high percentage of our employees which are software engineers, but of course also product manager, QA testers, etc. Now you have these tools that can help you code. In some situation, it improves 30% your productivity. In some other situation, maybe 3 or even 10x, depending on what you're building. And you need to change your processes completely, even the way you think about it. We have product managers maybe building an app instead of just describing what you need to do so that you can see it as a prototype and then build it. It's like what we are today in software is like architects writing what you need to build instead of drawing it. And instead now product manager can actually build something and like iterate so much faster. You also think differently about the software lifecycle. Maybe it's less important that a piece of software is maintainable for 10 years if it's fast to be rebuilt. So there is a lot of change of mind and attitude, what's important, what's less important, that need to be reconsidered when doing these things. Just being able to code faster is not the end of it. You need to be able to review the code, maintain it, quality checks, and even plan for it. You need to have a full view, but there's many tools in the entire pipeline that are being built today exactly for this, and we're seeing very massive impact for us.
Yeah, I think within software engineering, there is definitely a trend that adoption is in changing behavior by nature of the tooling itself, right? Because if you change the tools that you're using, you are forcing a change in the way that people behave.
Yeah, of course, it's the first application. The people that are developing the models are themselves software engineers. So the first application is, of course, dedicated to that. And the gains are huge.
Mm-hmm. Ilario, I think on this topic of change management, I think you mentioned there's some interesting questions in the IOC around trust and security, scalability because of your global footprint. How has applying AI to the Olympic movement, how have you addressed some of those challenges? Where have you been able to solve some of those challenging problems around trust, security, and scalability?
I think we tried a three-pronged approach. Naturally, I go back to the Olympic AI agenda. What we did is first, I still remember President Bach at the time came down to me and says, well, you're in charge of AI now. And I says, okay, well, great. I don't know what I need to do about it, but let's try to figure it out. It was very important first to admit and say, we know what we know, we don't know what we don't know. And so actually what we did is we went out to university, to everybody to say, listen, what is our role? How should we apply it to ourselves? And there it is, we set up the roadmap. The second thing that we actually have done is we have been doing a lot of, if you think about the Olympic movement, it's comprised of International Federation, 206 NOC, National Olympic Committees. And so what we are trying to do is a lot of engagement with them and bring them up to speed, because ultimately we'll get there as well for them. And actually then we want to make sure that everybody has the tools, because some of the 5 pillars that I mentioned before, it is really my experience that I see in Tokyo, the Olympic Games in Tokyo. And if I can share it, I was there. Remember, we were under COVID. It was 2021, not 2020. And we were preparing for the swimming venue. And I remember that there was athletes training, and that there was a nation, I will not mention which ones, but there was an athlete, and that athlete was going up and down the swim lane, and he actually had 2 people following him with tablets recording him. And 2 lanes down, there was another athlete, and there was from a different country, and there was nobody swimming with him, not understanding if he was faster, if he was doing better, nothing. And I say, look at the difference between TFs and TF not. And so part of us at the Olympic AI agenda was AI can either increase the gap, or we need to, as an Olympic movement leader, we need to make sure that the gap stays. Can AI actually make it shorter? And so that's what we have done. And the last point, which we are very close to finalizing right now, we actually developed an Olympic AI trustworthy framework that we actually are applying to everybody in the Olympic movement. And that actually is quite important of what we are doing.
Can you share a bit more about that trust framework? I'm very curious to hear, what does that look like, for the organization?
It is very much a tool set that we will give out to everybody in the Olympic movement to say, how do you apply AI? When you go out to a vendor, what are the questions you need to ask? Think about all of the rules that, in Europe we have the AI EU Act. I keep getting messed up, that one. But it is very important. All of this, it is really sets of tools to give them and say, when you do an AI project, what are you going to need to ask? And also, how do you ensure that the data that actually you have collected goes inside the model doesn't create a bias? That actually is very important for us. So all of this we are doing.
Yeah, so I think principles and frameworks within organizations are incredibly important as a starting place. And I think it addresses one of the questions which was submitted, which was about what controls and governance do you suggest on top of just applying and experimenting. Maybe to come back to you, Tracy, given sort of the heavily regulated nature of much of Moderna's business, how do you think about the question around controls and governance for your organization?
Yeah, so that's critically important, and it's something that we talk about all the time. And so there's a place where you experiment, and then there's a place where you do not experiment, right? We are in a regulated business, and so that is highly controlled. And we actually have an agent or a GPT that monitors all the GPTs that get spun up in the organization, and so we can see what people are working on. Because in the beginning, like I said, we gave everybody access and everyone spun up a lot. But what you saw was some shadow, for example, HR guidance, or there were things that started to happen with the GPTs that were like, all right, hold on, we have to get control over this. So we have a really rigorous framework that we've actually shared and worked on with OpenAI to say this is how we would recommend governing, and then we have a GPT around it. And I'm going to hit on kind of the next question that's on there because I think it's important. Killing things. So this is an iterative process. When you roll out AI, when you evolve a work product or a workflow, by the time you're done evolving it, you should be iterating another one. And so it's important that you don't have a lot of agents out there or a lot of GPTs out there that you're not monitoring and turning off, particularly when you build them into critical pieces of workflow. So if you have a non-tech person build up a critical agent within that workflow, and then they might leave the company or move, functions, and no one's managing it, that's kind of the next level of where you have to start to get some governance around this. Is when this AI is actually doing real work for you.
Yeah, I think we're definitely at an early enough stage where we're only at the very beginning of this sort of zombie and shadow IT problem. So looking out for it early is absolutely critical. I think organizations are probably going to have a much worse time about it before it gets better.
Yeah.
It's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
We only have a little bit of time left. I want to come back to the theme again on this build versus buy, but approach it a slightly different way, which is around moving first or waiting and seeing and learning from others. So I'm curious, I'll just kind of go across again across the panelists. Nicolo, when you think about the applications in your organization, where is it that you want to be, again, first, when you have a first mover advantage, and where is it that you want to allow others to figure it out and maybe allow them to experiment and learn from their mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's many, these models are evolving quickly, so being first today doesn't mean that you're first tomorrow.
Right.
And there's many areas. All of this developer productivity, for example, for sure, we're not the first. There's many companies that are adopting earlier. But what we care about is our products. There, we really want to be first. We really want to be the ones leading. And what we've been doing, at the end of the day, these transformer-based models, the ones that we all know, the GPTs, et cetera, they predict the next word. But the same architecture can be used to predict the next whatever you tokenize. So they use it for genomics, they use it for many things. We're using it for sports. This is super exciting. You get to have these models that understand, in our case, what the sport looks like and how, so it gives benefit to fan experience, to training, to scouting, to coaching. And all of these things, for us, it's very crucial to be on top of, to be first in getting there.
Yeah. I think it thematically comes back to what you're good at, what is core to your business, versus
Correct.
What is maybe just like part of operating where you want to be.
With the understanding, again, that the field is moving so fast that 6 months from now, things could change drastically. And you always have to keep moving. The important, though, is to move. If you don't start, you risk not being able to do all of the reorganization that you need to do, the change in the way you work that was explained so well here for Moderna.
Yeah. What about at Moderna? I know you moved very quickly first with OpenAI in many respects, right? Adopting ChatGPT Enterprise broadly across the organization.
And besides the regulated areas, which I talked about, I think the rest of the business, we are comfortable experimenting. It's the culture that we have. And we have had some hiccups along the way. We've turned on things like Microsoft connectors with OpenAI and then realized that people didn't monitor or have the right permissions on their SharePoint folders. And it was like an agent's going to go grab stuff. And we're like, hold on. And so you are going to have some hiccups along the way. But I'm just going to double down on what you said around the technology is changing so fast that it is never going to be perfect. And so you have to just be comfortable with some of those hiccups along the way and build that agility into your workforce. That would be my recommendation.
Ilaria, what about from your perspective?
I think it's a mix between everybody that just spoke. I would say for us, we are a follower when it regards our own organization. And why is that? It is because exactly what Tracy just said about the data inside the organization, what we did is we didn't actually enable the AI on our collaborative platform because we knew that actually if we enabled that, we didn't have the right permissions. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We didn't have the right controls there. So we say, okay, well, first we fixed the problem. And I think there was the previous session talking about data. And for us it was, okay, let's clean that business side first, and then let's go forward. Now, when it goes to our product, which is the Olympic Games, that's where we experiment. So to give you some fun facts for the audience, in Paris, we developed the first time. Paris 2024 was 100 years since the Paris 1924. We actually add the videos in 1924. And we say, okay, what about if we actually colorize them using AI? Usually colorization takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and everything. And we say, okay, well, let's throw inside the videos, let's throw some pictures that we actually colored with actually correct stuff. And we actually got a video out where we saw that the marathon back in 1924, when they used to stop to drink, they used to drink wine. So that's something that we actually found out as well. And it was very fun. So when it comes to our product, we are actually very, very going forward. Like to give you an example, last week, and I know some of you will look at that and me saying, wow, it's crazy, but it is like we're already looking at quantum computing for the scheduling problem that we actually have. For LA, we will have 38 sports going on at the same time. To give you an example, for events, which is not sports, for events on day 2 of the Olympic Games, the entire day we will do as many events as the NBA playoffs, the entire season.
Wow.
So we need to know the scheduling. If something goes wrong, we need to know how to move it because it impacts broadcasting and stuff like that. And I'm sure Nicola can tell me that I'm right, but it is like the scheduling problem. Also, when I studied back in university, I'm going to age myself. It is the hardest problem to solve.
Yeah, absolutely. We only have a couple of minutes left, so I want to turn it to some of the audience questions. It sounds like we seeded a few questions around these small language models. You mentioned, Ilaria, that you have invested in building some small language models. How have you thought about your strategy on building versus buying for small language models?
Right now, what we do is we actually have selected our language models that we actually use. So we keep going down that path. So it's really, right now we made a selection of the language model we are going to use, and we keep sticking with that. And we have one for the enterprise as well. But that's actually how we have done the selection.
Yeah. Nicola, any additional thoughts on your SLM strategy?
Stick with the